All right. Hello. Happy Friday. I'm just getting a couple things sorted and then we'll be good to go. It's been a minute. And as far I didn't. How did you start? Okie dokie. I've just kind of been puttering with the forms for this review. And so far, so good. One sec. I got a kitty cat. It's being a bit of a goblin. Yeah, I'm talking about you. So I'm just kind of going to be probably just like riffing a little bit on this and refining stuff and tweaking and editing and going through forms. Nothing too complicated. I've got that, and I've got the pointy one. I like the pointy one most because I really kind of wanted to give that vibe of it like potentially impaling things at speed, which I think would be fantastic psychological warfare. Oh. And then the other cowling just kind of being like generic. Makes it easier to mount like a center mounted weapon, but I'm probably going to, where are they? Have socketed joints out with like some kind of cutout for the drill weapons, but we'll see. That's always like the hardest part is getting a whole form set up and then having to like air quotes ruin it to put weapons on it. What do I want to do? And seats. I hate seats. Not that you ever really see them too much, because like the actual guy will go over them, but still tricky. And then I want to have like a 3x3 or a 3x2 magnet here, or like probably two here and here, so you can swap the fronts. I'm gonna replace that with an actual core. I got any good ones. Not really. hate that. So they did an update, and they haven't fixed it yet. Back in Halloween, the 31st of October, and if you paste something in, it pastes in. Oh, no, never mind. It pastes in invisibly, and you have to actually go and make it invisible, then visible again. Or alternatively, you can just move it around to get it to be visible, but it's still kind of like a stupid glitch. Actually, maybe actually use this one for once. And unlike the other ones, this whole bit comes off. It'll be easier to actually mount and paint. We could do a simple That's not too bad. And then that fits over that, and then that fits to there, and that's the base frame. Hmm. Yeah, 3mm might be a little bit too big. But I also don't think 2mm will be enough, so maybe we... okay. Do 3x2. And then I think what we'll do is I have one 3x2mm up at the top, and that'll slot directly into the top of either, or however many I end up doing of these. And then maybe put like 2mm in the front. I think that should be more than enough to hold these things in place. Especially if they're like N52s. I'm gonna try. Hello. just kind of like, let's see how integrated we could make these, although this won't ever be visible. So, moot point, but... There's a little bit of funkiness going on right there. Yeah. A lot of bit of funkiness. Afternoon or evening. Okay, 2x2, 3x2, and 2x2. And still... Oh yeah, plenty of space. Cool. Magnets. Let's see if it'll let me get away with it now. Ew. Oh, no worries. Sappiness. Totally appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad you're having fun with them. That's like all that matters. And yeah, I'm pretty excited about the Nulphos just in general. I was saying it took me a little bit to like come around to the fish mech vehicle stuff. But this one I've liked mostly so far, like right off the gate. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, that might be tricky. Let's see if we can do it. That's kind of where I'm at. There's like two or three local game stores, but I don't have anything like actually built up or painted. I kind of want to try to do like if I can get to it. I kind of why'd you do that? I kind of want to do like a unit a week or something and try to build things up as I go. Once I get like some more of the base unit stuff done. But it's tricky. Yeah, that's what my display cabinet looks like right now. It's just full of unpainted fishmech stuff, and my desk is just like covered in VC stuff from the current kit. I don't really use social media too much. Yeah, exactly. It's a pile of stuff for future Piper to worry about. Where's that dang? There it is. The one main one that I've been to does like 40k tabletop stuff kind of like every Sunday, which is nice. I like the Commander frame a lot. It's a very the kit itself is kind of silly in that it was like mostly an exercise to see how much I could magnetize in one kit. It's spoiler alert, it's most of it. But it's just I think it's just fun to build. But I also like building stuff, so a bit biased. That amount of magnets might have been a little bit overkill, but aesthetic. And yeah, I was saying on the Discord, I think I did like 3 fully magnetized ones, and then I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah, I think it's I think, well, you definitely don't need to magnetize the whole kit. The option to be able to do that is just kind of neat. And I like having options. was gonna say, in defense of GW, their scaling is kind of all over the place, but then I was like, that's not really a thing to defend. I like my scaling. I think it's just in that kind of like a good spot. Proper proportions. Yeah, I'm of the mind that if you start scaling things down, some of the things are like in proportion, like the torsos and whatnot are usually about similar to scale. And if you start scaling that stuff down, then the torsos become smaller. And while they might be a similar height, they start looking kind of anemic. And I don't care for it. I had an image a while ago, like way back, when I started doing this. That was like the scale comparison of Fire Warrior in a fetal position by a render of a Crisis torso, and it's just like there's absolutely no way they would fit. You would need like child Fire Warrior soldiers. And then it became an Evangelion joke. Like, get in the crisis suit. Get in the crisis suit, Shashla. All are equal in the eyes of the greater good. Hmm. Yeah, the morph ball always was kind of confusing, wasn't it? Sonus actually powers all of BBC. Oh, you're a sphere, not a panel. Hmm. Yo, it's all space magic. VC's all fancy void magic. Not actually. Hmm. That'll happen. That'll happen eventually. Like 100%. In fact, if the damn Warframe didn't take up so much of my time, I really wanted to do like a single one-off version of it for Halloween with like this really scuffed, rushed, kind of like bad looking maid uniform. I did not have the time, much to my own annoyance. But that kind of stuff is 100% stuff I want to do. In fact, I'd have to go back in the convo for a little bit. Although maybe I saved it to the folder. Let me just check. We were toying around with the idea of. Did I save it? No, I didn't. I'll have to go back and find it. Of doing like a I can't think of the android's name from Nier. Tubi, thank you. Of doing like a Tubi style blink face head. But with the challenge is making the hair work right. And we had a couple ideas that I was gonna toy around with forms and doing like individual chunks of it to make it look kind of like a facsimile of it. But there's like once I get done with like mainline stuff, or if I ever find myself with some free time, there's a lot of like little funky silly things that I want to do. Yeah, we'll leave the Discord out of that one. Mika's a little bit hard to kind of do stuff with, mostly with like the twin tails having to be like set up for poses or stuff. Yeah, Chuckleswood got a render with the Miku colors, or at least like Miku approximate colors. Let me see. I love that thing so much. I've got one that's been sitting on my desk since that release, and I have to paint it. One of these days I'll get to it. Let's see. No worries. I'll just pull it up in a sec. Love this thing. Love this guy so much. This was so much fun to make. Even if it is just the one pose, it was just very good. It is an evening of just like riffing. I mean, if they see that as a problem, that's their own fault. I mean, there's like toaster ad mech out there, so. And people love that thing. I think. Do people still like the toaster ad mech? I like the toaster ad mech. No, there was a joke AdMech model that went around for a little bit that was like literally just a toaster. The psychological warfare of it all. Yeah. Let me see. Probably the same model that I'm thinking about. I should print one of these. It's at like 200% scale. It's just very good. Yeah, ripping with things that go zoom. Just kind of like puttering around with forms and details and whatnot as I kind of further refine the thing. A curve right there. Although this is meant more for this one. I don't know if they would make sound at all. I like the silly concept of things just going neum, but like there's something that strikes me about the VC that they don't really make very much noise. At least in my head. With the exception of like low bell tones and chimes and kind of stuff. I also do like the idea of things just screaming. But more like because there's nothing on them that looks like they would produce sound. It's more not like physically produced, but like projected in a it's all in your head kind of way. Wilhelm scream. I was joking earlier. The only reason that I made this one was to have a potential front for the spears, and because I really like the idea of the psychological warfare of just being straight up impaled on the front of this thing at speed, and it's like the last thing you hear is a purring cat as you are impaled. Yeah, don't fix what ain't broke. See, that's such a hard question. It's like I have multiple models that I enjoyed working on. I like a lot of like the stuff that I did for the last month because a lot of it was just like me messing around. The Cuddlegeist is probably like top 3, and the I think Corridor would also be up there, and I'm trying to think of a third one. I'm drawing a blank. it's a tricky one, a tricky question. But I find a lot of the stuff where I'm just kind of like messing around, and it doesn't necessarily fill a role or anything. Usually, kind of tend to be my more liked models, which isn't always the case. Like I like the Kaluga a lot, and the Mako. Yeah, there's also a lot of models. I like the Orca. There are things that I don't like about the Orca. I don't think I would put it in like the top 3. But it is there, or rather I should say there are ways that you can build the Orca that I don't like. But there are ways that you can build the Orca that I really like. So it's not, that one's not tricky. It's just the Orca is it's definitely a lot of bits. Stonefish is another one that I don't particularly care too much for, but that's kind of like just the way it goes with almost all the vehicles I've done in the fish mech line. Usually it takes me a little bit. It took me a little bit to kind of like warm up to some of those designs post-release. And I like some of them, but the stonefish is an odd one. Although, to be fair, I don't think I would ever actually use one in general. I do like some of the ghost shrimp. See, that's the best spot to be in my opinion. It's kind of where I'm at now, more or less. I just want to make cool stuff. If I get to use it, that's kind of a bonus. But I'm like not actively trying to kind of fit into that box anymore. which I think, as far as creative direction goes, is much better.
You may or may not know it, but there is a good chance that every time you turn your computer on, you may be breaking the law.
Stolen computer software. It's everywhere. If you have a computer, there's a very good chance that some of the software that you're running has been stolen. It's estimated that this year alone, software piracy will cost manufacturers and retailers almost $15 billion worldwide.
The actual Orca is a flying lunchbox, but it is one of the models that I actually like. Oddly enough. But then the cichlid is also a lunchbox too, so kind of works. Oh, I wouldn't even use Fusion for that. I would use like Blender or something similar, because they're an OBJ format, and Fusion kind of really sucks at doing anything with meshes. In my opinion, anyway. Yeah, the OG Orca was, again, I think it was pretty cool, but also that's about the time when I was playing more actively. I think I don't know, did the Orca just come out at that point? It was like 2000. I think 2000. And then yeah, it was like around 2006, 2007, give or take. Like right near the middle to end of 4th and just into the beginning of 5th. Although I never played 5th. Yeah, no, I pretty much stopped playing around the beginning of 5th, and that was mostly monetary issues and being small. with like no source of income. And this hobby is notoriously expensive, so it was kind of hard to keep up. And then 3D printing and COVID happened. And here I am today. Like a hummingbird. It reminds me of a hummingbird. Figure out a connection point for the base fins. Although I might have them be different and just cut to the spear so you can kind of like put them wherever. Let's see. How much would I need to cut that over? Quite a bit. Yeah, no, GW, I think at the time GW had just done the revamp for NIDS, and that was it for me. They put out that shiny Carnifex kit, and I was like, oh, that's the thing. That's the one for me. And then I picked up Tau, and then I just started to pick up Eldar once their 4th or 5th edition revamp came out, where they got the plastic Wraith Lord and Wraith Guard and whatnot. So I'm kind of going in a similar order, doing the Fishmech and the VC. Although I'm not going to do anything space buggy, because there are already artists that I like that do that. See, that's why I don't think I'd ever like do any like people stuff. Although can't sculpt flesh, that kind of helps cement that, but that's not true. That's not true. I do like sisters, and I think some of that stuff would be kind of neat to do, like odd little one-offs. Flesh is weak. Embrace for a bit. It's true. See, so it's like same thing with like sisters. There are certain models that I like in that line, but not enough for me to want to do like an entirety thing. I really like the concept of the canoptic stuff. But I've actually seen people saying that they're gonna use the VC for that, which I think is kind of cool. That's kind of why I like modeling out a bunch of stuff that isn't necessarily fit anything because you can just kind of like play around and use it for whatever. Cool wood. Silver, bronze, and green sounds like a pretty good scheme. I was kind of messing around with the idea of doing not in Fusion because I can't render that in Fusion, but in like real life doing like a tester where I do like you start with a black and then you layer on like a really dark deep kind of gold, and then you work up to more like a taupe gold, and then you take a really watered down like aqua green like a patina, and you water it down and you sink it into all the recesses and you wipe off all the excess and whatnot, and you do like a patinated scheme because I think they would look kind of cool like that too. But I like my base scheme even if it is a bit tricky for me to speed paint. I mean, that scheme looks pretty good too. Maybe I'll just do like a simple connection point and won't think too hard on it. That's one of the things that I'm trying to not get better at, but kind of work into, is that the VC stuff is mostly small, so I don't have to be super detail orientated. Just enough. That's a 36. That's enough of a connection. Although I might. I'm a big fan of the on the triggerfish anyway. The undermounted cannons and the variant of the upper-mounted cannon that's kind of like hull integrated. I was actually thinking of messing around a little bit. Let's take this whole thing over here. What's the hold on, let me see. What's the scale percentage of it's 30% for the scaling you're working with? Or what percentage are you scaling down? 30%, okay. Let me see real quick. I wanted to see something. Someone had made mention of this in a another Discord that I saw, and I want to see what it looks like. Okay, so we're gonna take you, and I'm gonna leave this as separate bits. So I don't think they're all solid bodies, so it shouldn't actually matter print wise. But if I take you, caves are so frustrating. I really like them on like characters and stuff, and I plan to do more of them with the VC, but they're just, you have to dedicate a whole pose to it, and it's like the antithesis to modularity. So when you say 30%, do you mean like a 70% decrease in scale, like from 100 point, like from 1.0 down to 0.3? I'm pretty sure. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, 70% decrease. Jeez, that's so much. That's so much. That's gotta be about the size of small drone. Hold on. Where did I put you? Okay, not quite, not quite. It's a little bit, well, comparatively, it's pretty close to small drone. Small. Alright, let's see. CPU's mesh. Are we doing okay? Where? That's so tiny. Well, that saved pretty fast. Okay, let's pop over real quick. Import OBJ. I was in the VC folder. Small test. And 0. Okay, so now if I take you and let's see, stop, Blender, stop. The keybinds aren't the same on this version of Blender. You know, decimate geometry will do 25. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and I think it's a modifier. Let me see. Solidify, yep. If we do that, it's just simple. Or maybe complex? Ooh. We have become abomination. Simple. Offset. I don't. What do you do, offset? Oh, okay, that's actually kind of what I want a little bit. fucking getting thick. But that's kind of like the thing for doing that kind of stuff is it's so small you want it to be kind of like a little bit thick. And I'm gonna say he's adorable. Now the actual question is, let's see. If this works the way I want it to, I'll put it in the Discord. Do not update. Decline, add files. I'm just wondering, I'm mostly wondering if by doing this, if it mucks up. Oh, well, well, it didn't really do anything to the base. If it mucks up the oh, I can just do by base, can't I? The solidity of the pieces, and if the overlaps cause it to mess up. Because Lychee already hates it, but Lychee hates everything, so that's like, you know, kind of par for the course. But if I can take it and... Yeah, see, it's done the solidify, and it's kind of hollowed out all the pieces. I don't know, because it's not made of like a solid mesh. I don't know if there's any easy way to get rid of that. Although, you know what? Actually, I just go over to Blender. Hold on. Would that work? I don't know, actually. Let's see. I don't know. Oh, you know what? Solidify. How do I apply this? Apply that. There we go. Okay. Mesh. Let's see. Normal shading. I want separate by loose parts. Although I'm fairly certain that that's gonna separate it by all of the loose parts. Kinda, sorta. Let's see. This is like way more time than I wanted to put into this. But so it goes. Oh god, it did all the individual fingers. Although that the thick hand. The Gobi they tell you not to worry about. The Gobi skeleton. Oh, Okay, so we should be able to just get rid of that one, and then Is there any easy command in Blender that'll just show all of the pieces? Or is it just like having to go through and tick all of them again? I don't know. Okay, so now I should be able to export. This is just for the record, this is not something I'm going to do. This is like a little one-time kind of thing because I just wanted to see if it would work. I do not have plans to do this in any capacity for anything because it's tedious and time-consuming, and everything has to be posed, and no, I'm not about that life. But I'll do it once. I'd print this at regular scale, like the thickest Gobi. Oh, it's still kind of. Oh, that's not. Oh. I think that got rid of all the internal voids. All right, yeah, I'll put this sucker on. I'll put this sucker on in the Discord. I have no idea how you would support this, and I have no idea how it would actually print, but it should technically be a 30% scale compatible Gobi. Cool. Yeah, like that's a normal support. Jeez. So now I can insert mesh, computer, small test. And we can get a good before and after. The thickening. It looks so dorky. I love it. Oh, it's part of the Discord, or the Patreon integration. Hold on one sec. There's a link I give out for that. Let me post the link into Twitch, please. There you go. Just follow those steps and it will automatically add you to it. This was a fun little distraction. We can close out of that and get out of that. Back to stuff. In that case, sometimes you have to disconnect and reconnect and it'll automatically add you to it. At least that's the general troubleshooting that I've done. But sometimes it is a little wonky, although to be fair, Patreon in and of itself has been kind of stupid lately. Redoing their whole brand aesthetic. Yeah. It's stupid. It's stupid and it's frustrating because it's messing with PWG more than it usually does. And it's been just a huge headache this month and last month. Interesting. You won't cut that. Yeah, they did a silly thing. What else is new? They did a silly thing where they blocked a certain style of bank account. From something in general, and it resulted in a lot of people getting like declined or having their banks flag it as fraud. And it was just like, this isn't that hard. Why are you doing this? Not a whole lot. I just made the thickest goby as like a little tester model for. Oh, something silly. Let's see how I'll pull up the image of it. We shrunk it down to 30% scale and then added a thicken modifier to it in Blender. Yeah, 30%, 70% downscale. Because that's a general pipeline that I've seen some people use for making like Epic compatible stuff. No idea if it'll actually work that way, but Greg the thickest goby. Greg. But for the most part, I've been working on the Nulphos, which is like the light skimmer kind of setup for the VC. No worries. I appreciate the hangouts. Any game. Oh, that's why that's like that. Yeah, there's a bunch of good ones. I've seen OPR, 40K, Lancer. Are the usual like big three. Oh, Infinity. Infinity would be another one. Infinity, Gamma Wolves, but Gamma Wolves is more, I'd say the fish mech would be better for Gamma Wolves over the BC, aesthetically. But like, tons of stuff, tons of systems. Even D&D occasionally, I still think is odd. But also, I don't get to play D&D that often, actually, pretty much ever. Isn't that, no, I was gonna say, isn't it the case for like most official games, but I think it's probably just them in 40K. 40K 1,000. So let's I'm gonna go ahead and split this and chamfer it up. Let's see. I don't think I want to do anything else to this. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Nah, Fusion crashed. I don't know why. Searching for available solutions, but you won't find one. Yeah, that's just annoying. But I didn't really lose anything, so that's fine too. I'm not even sure they let you do that anymore. I remember a while back making a joke that I would go to like one of the big Games Day tournaments with a full fish mech army and then like live stream the entire thing and see what happens. But I think with like one of their latest things, they don't even let the creators do it anymore. I think you have to be majorly plastic. Excuse me. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's where it kind of sits. Oh yeah, I post everything to the Discord. I'm a lot more, I shouldn't say a lot more, I should say I'm significantly more active in like posting stuff to the Discord over like Patreon or Instagram. And everyone there is pretty helpful. Or quick to respond in the case that I'm not. I'm not always awake, much to the disbelief of some people. I have a Discord, but it's linked to Patreon. In that, it is a Patreon exclusive thing. Yeah. It kind of... It's not necessarily like a community litmus test, but it keeps things more on topic, kind of. Not sure how I would phrase that. Versus like an open Discord community. Although that said, there's like and while not everyone's active anymore on it, there are... How many people are in here? You won't tell me the numbers. 3,200 people in the Discord. But only like 50 of them post reliably. See, the thing that catches me on that is they say parts. And that leads me to believe that they still want the majority of the model to be plastic. Like if you've made like a cool shield or sword or similar, then that would be fine. But like having an entire miniature might be a bit dubious. And like I get it. It makes sense but it's, yeah. I'm less inclined to do tournaments like that if it's like that. Although I don't think I would ever actually play in a tournament in general, just because I don't have any confidence in how good I even am at 40k, because I haven't played in forever. Not that that's necessarily a tournament scene I would want to be a part of in general. It's true. For me specifically, it would absolutely be more it'd be more advertising than anything. And also simultaneously like poking a very large bear. I've heard so much mixed stuff on the 40k tournament scene. Yeah, it's definitely kind of changed a bit since then from what I've seen. But it's kind of like every tournament scene then in that it's like a mixed bag of like some people are going to be really competitive, some people are going to be more casual about it, but oh, not late. I'd rather just go to like an FLGS and just like have a casual Friday or casual Sunday in my case. There we go. Can't have a firefight if all your guys are dead. A harsh reality. That'll be like a little thin bit. Let's see. Get rid of you. And that will be able to move along the core. Oh. Two ho-ho songs in one stream? What is this? What is this? Oh, I really enjoy a lot of the Toho soundtrack and the various artists who mess around with it. Should make these illuminate. Although I should. No worries. Go get some food. And thanks for puttering by. Food is good. Nope. And that'll give them like a little kind of guide thing to keep the thing in alignment. Probably stand to... Yeah. So then let me go ahead and finalize this piece. Let's see. Oh, you're not even the right piece. Cut you in half. Hmm. That's kind of annoying. I don't know why it doesn't want to jam for that. And now it doesn't want to chant for that one either. And now it doesn't want to chant. It's just like one at a time, I guess. This is from Warframe. Warframe is a thing I'm a big fan of. And it is a large source of inspiration for some of the VC in general. I haven't specifically used Trinity as a reference, but I can definitely see that. The biggest one lately has been some of the weapon gubbins that I've been adding to a couple of them. Let's see, Workcore. It was big on the Workcore and some of the Arcus weapons. Really like this stuff a lot, and I want to try to incorporate it a little bit more into other things. I wasn't around early enough to get Founders, but I am forever sad that I missed that. You just did it. What? Not a bad way to do that. I like how Fusion's like, it can't do that. You gotta adjust the thing and then you do more info, and more info is just the same thing. I've tricked you. I've tricked you, Fusion, into doing what I want. And then, like, if you look at the Arcus crossbow is just a bunch of aspects from the Zooge Prime. Or however you pronounce that. I don't actually know. Zooge? I know it's Chinese because it's not that, but I don't know the pronunciation. Yeah, I always... Oh, God, why... It does not like this piece. It's gonna be a headache the entire time. Come on, stupid. That's so many. actually know what I want to do with this. I don't think this particular piece needs too many guns or details to it because it's, for the most part, gonna get covered up by the cowling. Are the archers being scaled at all, or are they just the archer fish? I imagine they're getting scaled down as well. Oh, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. It's actually a turbo busa, but that's beside the point. New. I think I might leave these two pieces where they're at. I gotta figure out what the heck to put there, although... Yeah, I gotta figure out what the heck to put there. I might put like a fin or something. Let's see. I want to put some kind of government, but I want it to be like kind of unobtrusive. You know what? Let's see. Oh, you know what? I wonder, does Fusion have... Oh, it's got a lot of them. Will or plane. Oh, that looks kind of weird. Yeah, it does some of the faces individually. I bet it wouldn't do that if I turn this into a regular thing. Maybe? No, it kind of doesn't. Oh, but you know what? Let's see. There we go. Weight reduction. There will be a couple variants. I want one to be pointy, yes. If only for the fact that I think it makes excellent psychological warfare. So you have the implication that you just straight up impale someone. In the file options, I'll call it the Vlad cowling. And we give it carbon fiber to reduce weight. I don't know. But yeah, I've got the pointy one, and then I've got this one so far. Which will be easy to front mount weapons if I do so choose to front mount weapons. Still gotta figure out where I want to put them. We do love our psychological warfare. But yeah, the goal is, I think I want to have 3 different style cowlings. The pointy one, this one, and then another variant, and then make a couple like different styles of them. Would titanium be armor piercing? I figured it'd be too brittle for that. But it's future space titanium, so I mean, anything's possible. Oh yeah, I got distracted. I don't really actually have very much interest in doing like my own game system. One, because I can't write for shit. I'm horrible at world building and all that jazz. But it's just never. I like making the models. The world building part never really interested me too much. Yeah, Mental Warfare. It's a good song. Not curved. I just like making stuff. That's it. Some other people, or rather some other artists that I talk with and chat with and hang out with, do world building and stuff, and like I can do enough generic headcanoning for like how I feel my stuff operates, but like I'm more of the let people come up with their own stuff. It's like with kit bashing and whatnot. I kind of like seeing what other people come up with the stuff that I've kind of provided. I think that's a lot of fun. And I love the concept of the Iand and Ghost armies. That was what I wanted to do when I actually played 40k. But like you said, they were still metal and they still cost so much. I could never hope to be able to build a thing like that. They were very good. The Wraith constructs and the plastic Warwalker really ended up drawing me into playing that army, even though I couldn't play that army specifically. Oh no, someone's doing something silly with poses for the Werecore. Oh shoot, is this oh, you pasted without being invisible. Huh. Is this still that piece? Oh yeah, we're that's good. That was the biggest thing that frustrated me about that kit, is keep in mind that I was coming off of 4th edition NID updates, so like the Carnifex kit, all the kits were posable and kit bashable and whatnot. I could do whatever I want, and then I got the plastic Wraith Lord kit, and like you could only do 2 or 3 standing poses with it. And it just like broke my heart. Such a phenomenal kit to be limited by that. It's just a tragedy. Oh gosh, I have no idea. I've seen people do like blocking for generic colors and then a wash and calling it, or like going really hard on each model, but like the same can be said for normal stuff as well. I'm like, I can barely get through regular stuff. I don't know how people do it. I like this old guy. I think I might try to put a panel line around it. Yeah, I was gonna say, making them thick, you kind of do remove the panel lines a bit. I try to be good with like collabs and stuff, but I personally usually end up not having the time to do anything with them. I don't mind if people come up with systems and whatnot that they use, but I personally don't like to promise or commit to anything, just because usually I end up not being able to follow through with any stuff. If that makes sense. It's kind of tricky to... Oh, you just won't let me angle that at all. It's like this, the modeling stuff and regular stuff takes up so much of my existing time that I don't have very much to dedicate to pretty much anything else. Maybe? Nope. It's why I don't really do too many collabs with other artists. I've got like a... I shouldn't say a backlog, but like a backlog of stuff to work on when I get time for some other folks. Which is actually, it's a little frustrating to me, because I would like to do that stuff. But then like the Warecore release takes like all of the time. Let me remove some stuff. Doesn't matter. There we go. I know it's frustrating because I don't like turning people down. I don't like saying no or anything. Because I think this stuff's all cool. But it's like, I have limited bandwidth. No, I messed that up. I was gonna say I joke about it, but I don't even like joke about it, but like it would be awesome to have multiple me's. Yeah, no, I'm positive some people on the server would probably dig that kind of stuff. The scythe with the Luminora? No, I don't like that. I just wish that stuff were more durable. Or more reliably durable. Although, at like Lord scale, it becomes a lot more reasonable. Although a lot of things at the Lord scale become a lot more reasonable, which is why I want to take 2 months to do that kit. Even, not even the kit, but just the base kit. So much stupid nonsense for that thing. It depends on the context of the question, but like, I don't have any particular problems with anything. If it's something I can't answer, I just won't answer. They would make good Warforged, wouldn't they? On the skimmers, probably not. Most of like little things I can add that don't necessarily impact the existing frame of like the current model, but stuff that I have to do that would require like mass amounts of modification and whatnot, I typically won't do. Oh, let me see. Let's do 1 inch. Kiss me. Yeah, I would have to redo most of the cow. Or at least make its own cowling. No, probably not. Hey, cool stuff. Organic advertising, the best kind of advertising in my opinion. like this one more. Where's... There isn't really a whole lot to pull from. Let's see. Could add some handling like that. Let's see. That's kind of I think I posted them to the Discord for a little bit, and then I think some other people posted them as well. That's kind of similar to what Blue Table did with some of my stuff. The guy reached out to me on Patreon and was like, "Hey, I painted some of your stuff, and it's really neat done on YouTube." And I'm like, "Blue Table painting? I remember that from Warseer." Before Warseer disappeared. But the guy was very enamored with I think he ended up having a bunch of them painted, and I don't know what they were for or whatnot, but I think he did a couple on the commander and the Cuddlegeist. Not the Cuddlegeist. Was it the Cuddle? Did I call it the thing the Cuddlegeist? The Anglergeist? Or did I keep it named the... No, I kept it named the Anglergeist. The Cuddlegeist was... No, I did call it the Cuddlegeist. So many things. I have so many names. But it's always, I think it's always fun to just kind of see that stuff where people like have the figures and printed them and painted them without like not without like, but like do stuff like that just because they like the stuff. I think that's always fun, especially like from my perspective, because it's like how that person like that thinks that this much. The Once in a Six Side video was good. I enjoyed that. I think interviews are fun, but they're a little bit tricky because you have to kind of be like careful and a bit, well, I have to be a bit careful and a bit cagey about some stuff. I saw that one too. That one was also pretty fun. A little bit, I'd say a little bit spicier for me personally, but that's just my own paranoias. Yeah, I gotta say a lot more people found out about me specifically through that video than I thought would happen, which is always a nifty thing. Yeah. It's just you gotta be careful. Hmm. Let's see how that looks. I'm quite glad I was able to do like a rerun of the VC, or not of the VC stuff, of the fish mix stuff. What does that look like mirrored? Oh, you know what? Oh, you should be a circle. sometimes part of me thinks I should lower that discount to like 30 or like 40%, but then I'm just kind of like, nah, it's good where it's at. I think actually the thing I love the most is an odd, oh maybe it's not, an odd problem to have. It's occasion, like, I shouldn't even say occasionally, because I think it only really happened like once. I had someone message me on the Patreon about how the discount was stupid, because they were like, I can just sign up for the Patreon and get the 50% off discount and like get everything at like this reduced kind of price where it like it didn't necessarily, I think it, or it's, I'm trying to, I think it worked out to the point where like you could get everything technically cheaper by buying it through the Patreon discount and whatnot. And I'm like, that might be true, but like also I don't really care. And then they were like trying to explain to me how I could do it, like how I could do it better, and I'm like, I've been doing this for 3 years. Stop. Money is money, and they're not technically wrong, but also I'm not gonna change it. I just think it's so silly sometimes. Kind of like that. I think that's like just enough. Not too many gubbins, but like just enough physical stuff going on that it kind of like doesn't distract from it. And I have to figure out the seat, and maybe like break the seat up with some lines eventually, and then put like another circle, probably like right here, and maybe one right there. And see, that's kind of like what the original point of Patreon was for. It was like not necessarily a way to get minis or anything, but like a way to support artists that you think are neat. Like there's I think most of the people I support on Patreon aren't mini makers, actually. Like Kill 6, I support Tom with Kill 6 Billion Demons and whatnot. And there's this one Gunpla artist, and I'll plug them a little bit just because it's something you don't see that often, and I'm really excited about seeing where they go. Give me 1 sec. I'll bring up their thing. I don't think there's any public stuff here. This person makes sick stuff. And they're all for resin printing. Usually with like garage kits, you have to buy the actual kit. But this guy makes them for printing. They're all monopose, but like his stuff is incredible. And that's Rocky Q Mech Addict, and I Cannot wait till I have all the pieces to make that Cubile. Their system's a little weird and it's not pre-supported, but it's just like, you don't see that. There aren't any people doing like garage kit Gundams. And, or rather, garage kit level Gundams for 3D printing. It's because they just don't exist. Which is unfortunate. And I don't think it's in any part due to Bandai being like rude about the stuff. They're just not there. But yeah, no, the stuff they make is phenomenal. Let me see if I can pull up. They send out files to like a couple people for test printing. And someone recently threw together that Cubile in one of the alt color schemes. I think it's like the purple one. Let me see if I can find it. And they did this, in my opinion, it's way better than gloss. But they did a purple matte pearl, and I love matte pearlescent color shift colors. It's not something you see too often, and it just looks really, really good. Let me see. I had one here. No, that's wayward nippers. Who the heck did that test print for Cubile? Yeah, you. But you know, I think the matte coat stuff looks yeah, this is what I think. It's like this matte coated pearlescent purple. You can kind of see a little bit of that color shift from it, but it just looks so good. It's very good. Cubile, outside of like the TR6 Wound Ward, is like one of my all-time favorite Gundam. So I'm very excited to get those pieces all set up. And then he recently started doing the alt red version of it. Same thing with like kind of like a matte satin-ish pearlescence, which just looks very good. So I'll plug them. I'll plug them all. Okay, it's there. Very cool stuff. 10 out of 10. I was gonna say I don't plug things usually, but like sometimes I feel a little obligated. Mostly because I want their stuff to be more popular. Because it's not very, by comparison to like the miniature scene and whatnot, it's not very prominent. There we go. Okay, let's see, where else can we go from here? I'm probably gonna put the same style of venting, or not venting, but like on the fish mech they were heat sinks. I don't really know what they are here yet. I'll probably put something similar in there, like 3 or 4 struts. Because I don't really want to do anything with like screens or displays and whatnot, because I think that's kind of wasted. Given that most of these things don't have eyes. Or conventional eyes. Okay, let's see. That's it, that's it. I should put this one together. Let me put this together. And then I can sink this a little bit farther back. And give it some luminescence. As I said, I don't think that's gonna chamfer those parts. But yeah, I was saying I don't think a lot of the Patreons that I support are actually miniature based, oddly enough. But that kind of stems from the whole, I could simply model the miniatures myself if I really want stuff. Which is both cool and kind of like a double-edged sword, because then you have to actually do the thing. And doing the thing's the hardest part. That too, that ends up being a lot larger than I think it will. And I'm like, I don't print a lot. I print like occasionally throughout the month, most of the time to like test print my own stuff as I'm going through designing wise, just to make sure everything works or is copacetic. But like actually printing stuff, I really have to want the thing. And that doesn't happen nearly as often. Yeah, I just have me. And I'm kind of like, I don't even print my own stuff that much. Outside of like the bulk the bulk printing I do near the beginning of the month, end of the previous month, when I'm testing everything. And then I'll be printing for like 2 or 3 days straight. But yeah, that kind of balance between the files and whatnot and printing other things. It's kind of why I haven't really gotten too far into doing anything with like the SPOD stuff or Butov stuff. Which stems from the fact that I want to like kit bash everything in those things. I want them to be completely unique. Or not all of them, but like some of the big ones. But it's just so much time. Is that the are they like primarily red? Because I think I know the one you're talking about. Yeah. Oh, that's the Sakura Tower's tabletop time, I think, the top of my head. They did a very good narwhal. And they were also the video where I was like, hey, Gears should just send me a printer because I've been in 2 videos involved with them now. Not that I would want a Hey Gears printer, but you know, it's just the principle. The narwhal's actually a pretty straightforward build. It's nowhere near as complicated as the content last refreshed. Never. What the hell does that mean? It's nowhere near as complicated as the Orca. Am I offline? What are you doing, Fusion? Saved and uploaded files will appear here. Yeah, so show me my saved and uploaded files. Thank you. That I would actually be excited to see, because I agree with the opinion. I don't know who has it, but there's one of the people on the Discord who is like, use the Orca for its intended purpose, but scale up the Narwhal, because it's such a different model, that it just kind of like works really well as something alternative for that. He's a good boy. It's really it's a pretty simple build. Like you build up really well. I shouldn't say it's simple. It's the posing's kind of a pain in the ass, but it's just good. I really enjoyed this particular phase that I was going through with like the quad mechs. Even if there's blueberries hiding in there at the delicious chewy center. Although at this point, I would probably swap some of these pieces out for some of the newer versions. Yeah, like a Tootsie Pop. Exactly like a Tootsie Pop. What you could do is you could scale it so that this ball fits on the triggerfish and just put the whole narwhal on top. I'm actually pretty sure that this is the same ball. Well, it's let me see on the thing. I think it was 1.4 or 1.5 times for the big man. 1.6. It was 1.6 times to be to roughly scale this up on. Copy. Paste new. Let me see how long this will take. So I can show you that comparison between a regular scale narwhal and a 1.6 times scale narwhal. Actually going to be quite big. You could alternatively put the triggerfish on the narwhal legs. That would also be quite good. You could take two you could take two narwhal tops and put them together, or take two narwhal bottoms and also put them together. Really, the possibilities are endless. I hate that. You know where it's done the thing. It's scaled the model, but it's still thinking. That'd be a neat kit bash. A knit. That'd be a neat kit bash. Oh, it moved it down. I wonder why it moved it down. I thought I selected to keep it in line. Well, when you consider that all the pieces themselves are individually quite small, well, maybe not that small at this point. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. He'll get lasered. Although now I'm kind of curious. Let's see. I have a feeling it's going to be pathetically small. Yeah, I was right. Although it's not pathetically small. It is still quite small. Yeah, simply have scaled narwhals for every situation. Like, comparison to regular guys, not too bad, but you you scoot him over there. He's like, oops, I've accidentally stepped on you. I actually kind of like how massive that is. I wonder, you definitely wouldn't be able to fit these on a Photon S because the headpiece itself just fit on the Photon S. So you'd probably need something like the Saturn II or Mono X scale printer. Oh, I've seen people do stuff like that. Oh, I'm trying to think if this would fit in that, because this is roughly the scale of a goby, and laying down maybe. This would fit. This you might have to do in 2 to 4 goes, because it might stick out halfway. But yeah, maybe not. I love my Saturn IIs. They are phenomenal. Big. I'm just like, does it even need a seat? It does. I was one of the lucky ones who did not get a lemon Frozen Sonic Mini 4K, the SM4K, and that worked really well for a minute alongside the Mono X. The Mono X's that I had back when those were the hotness. Really slimmed down version of it. I do not think that scaled up version would print on a mini 4K. I'm not 100% positive on that, but I do think it would be too large. Without splitting. Every time this song comes on, I keep thinking I'm listening to one of those synthwave remixes of an Elden Ring boss fight, and I'm like, oh. That kind of works. We can make it down a little bit. Yeah, for the narwhal, it's a 160% scale increase, or 1.6 times. There are some really good synthwave versions of the Elden Ring boss themes, and they are very good. Elden Ring was my first Soulsborne game that I actually played, and I enjoyed it, but I also got bored. I enjoy Synthwave occasionally. I like it for like streaming and stuff. It's very good for streaming. I think I did similarly, where most of it was on Colossal. I'm trying to remember what did I actually like. It's been a minute since I actually played. I don't remember. That said, I don't think I actually beat the game. I'm trying to remember if I did. I don't think I did. But I'm also just not very good at Soulsborne games, so I had a lot more fun with Armored Core. But that makes sense. And I also have these boys from it. Let me see if I can remember what I did with it. It's on my desktop audio. They were like, we have Cubelay at home, and the Cubelay at home. Oh, this is an awful pose from this. That's better. He's got a lot of bits. I don't think this shows color. Bestest boy. I really do like the design that they used for a lot of the C units. Ibis specifically because it looks like a certain Gundam. I do like that big damn jellyfish. Oh yeah, okay, so I split. Did I split you in half? Yes, I did. I do like Lychee's simulator view. I think it's cute. I also have a simulator. Yeah. Only I don't have a cool background or anything for it. Just a banana and a piano monster. Monster, please sponsor me. I do think it is kind of neat, the little view. Although sometimes, what I'll see is I'll see other artists who actually use that mat and whatnot as like parts for the render and whatnot, and then I get confused as to if it's real or not. Although I've had people multiple times ask me if my stuff is rendered or painted, or they'll be like, wow, the painting on that is so clean. And I'm like, thanks, my computer did it. They're very good at painting. I want to just get rid of this. But I don't think it's going to let me. It's a fun comment to get, I think. And we can just go ahead and we'll split you like right here. Close enough. I mean, that's not bad at all. 179% is pretty sizable increase. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I wonder if it'll still fit like that. Hmm. What's the actual version of that song? Wow, 2 wee lifts in one go. Hmm. Oh, this whole one's kind of messed up a little bit, isn't it? Although, how much of this is cut off by the sea? Oh no. Okay, so let's... cut you from there. Sleeping. I've got sleeping in the cold below on here too. Hmm. They really went into it like full blast. And I will forever appreciate that they did. Oh, come on. But I will also stand by the fact that I think Fortuna was like the last like solidly decent expansion that they did. Oh, that's weird. I hate seats. I hate them. Yeah, despite some of the grindiness, I had a lot of fun with Fortuna, but everything after that just was like kind of meh. I am looking forward to the next expansion, or whatever one that had like I think it was like the 1999 thing. That I'm kind of thinking I might play through. But we'll see. This is frustrating. I would like... And sometimes you can like trick it into doing what you want. But sometimes it doesn't care what you want. Like right now. No. Try. And it's still... You're gonna be a bit creative. Alright. I'm gonna be a bit creative with this, but I will be right back. Okay, I have to change that picture when I get a chance. Okay. It's like Fusion got you down, won't let you do the things, so you just gotta get a little bit creative. I can't do a +1 inset on this piece, so I'll just do it on this one. Easy game. Or maybe, maybe Fusion just doesn't want to do the thing. We got 105 out of it. Let's see. What are you doing, bud? Yeah. She's being a goblin. Oh my goodness. Yeah. You alright, bud? It's true. But she just really likes to yell. Mouse is a very vocal cat. And she lets you know. Well, 3, 4, 5, 4, 9, 8, 6, 7. That's good enough for me, I think. Oh, okay. Oh, that's so cute though. I was gonna say, Mouse would probably do that, but I also don't really leave home too often. So... Oh, okay, well that's good enough for me. Now we can get rid of that. See, I kind of wish Mouse would like do something to show that she wants attention, because like her like goblin zoomy mode meows are very similar, if not the same, to her other meows, so it's very hard to tell when she like wants something or is just being a goblin. So like having her like attack my feet or something would be not awful. Oh, did it work? Oh, word. Didn't think it would. Or did it? It's lying to me. No, it did. Okay, cool. Alright. So let's, it should be able to. Mouse has done that. The step in front of the step in front. She's done that once or twice while I was going downstairs, and that was a little bit frightening. You need to be like gray so I can see what I'm doing. Feet. No, I didn't like that. That's fine. I hate seats. should have just used the form tool from the beginning. It's a lot easier to do simple shapes like this with this kind of, with this particular, or rather, simple organic shapes with this tool over pretty much everything else. No, no worries. Have a good rest of your night, and thanks for hanging out. Now I should be able to chess. Yeah, let's see. I still wish that bridge would let you just select all of them in one go. Oh. I figured it out. It does. There we go. Not in Minecraft, they're not. Neat. Well, let's see. Now, let's see. I want to do the panel line, but I want to do it the opposite direction. And this should just let me do that. Uh, 0.15, it's a little bit close. Is this Oblivion City? Yeah. Good track. There we go. And I could scoot you back a little bit and have your arms a little bit more forward when I go to do that posing. I want to... Why is this split? Huh. I want to see if I can get this far enough along so that I could do a test print today. Hey! Progress is progress. I think it took me about 40 minutes, 40 minutes to remove all the wear core pieces from the supports. I've been at this for 4 hours. Probably it's Friday. I'd say maybe like another 1 to 2 hours, give or take. I usually try to stream, or I don't really try, it just kind of happens. I usually go for about 5 or 6 hours, give or take. And then usually enough to get like decent, like either like one full part done or chunks of some stuff. And then then I post the VoDs onto YouTube, although the last couple ones have gotten, the last couple of ones haven't gone up because they've been, they got hit, they got DMCA hit with, some audio tracks that apparently, despite having used them before, got caught in their little weird automated net. So I wasn't able to put them up. There's a setting that you can put in OBS or Streamlabs or whatever one I'm using. It's Streamlabs. That separates the audio and whatnot, so I can go in and remove that stuff myself if it does get netted, but that's more effort than I want to put into it. It's not even that it's a big ew, it's just that it's frustrating that I've used those like the tracks that are getting caught in other streams that are also up on YouTube. So it's like, I get why so many creators and whatnot get frustrated with it. More so because they're trying to monetize and stuff off YouTube, so it does a lot of annoying stuff. And yeah, it's something I do like streaming. I think it's fun, but I'm garbage at keeping an actual schedule or anything for it, because some days I'll just wake up and be like, I'll have said like the previous day, like, oh, I'm probably gonna stream today, and then I'll get up and I'll be like, no, I just want to listen to a podcast and work. I think I want to try to make it like a once or twice a week thing, though, if I can, like Fridays and... I'd say Fridays and Saturdays, because that would probably be like the best time, but then it's like 2 days in a row and I'd want to space it out a little bit. And then everyone's all over the place, so everyone's kind of got weird schedules or time zones. But I think I will try to do like or not every, but like try to consistently stream on Fridays, because that's just like a good time to do that, I think. I have just started to get my sleep schedule back in order from the last time I like really messed it up. in that, I think, I'll consistently get like 5 or 6 hours of sleep a night, give or take. Because I'll go to bed at like 1 or 2, and then Mouse will wake me up at 8. Here we go. We're going to let that process. Cats really do be like that. She's a very good alarm clock. She's a very good alarm clock. Although I will say, daylight savings time has really screwed around with her a little bit. Because it's like I feed her every day pretty consistently at around 5:30, and with daylight savings time now she's like, it's 5:30, why aren't you feeding me? And it'll be like 4:30, and I'm just like, Mouse, it's not time for kitty food yet. She'll be like, but what if it was? And then I feel bad because I gotta not feed her for a little bit, and then she gets sad. And every time I get up, she thinks I'm going to feed her. I love that your cat's name is Nibbles. I dodged a bullet in that Mouse doesn't like treats, and she's not treat motivated. Which also kind of conversely sucks because she's not treat motivated, and so she's not really motivated. Someone's getting up, so they have to give me treats. A classic cat mindset. Sorted. I think that's all the edges. Nope. Okay, cool. Oh, that's so cute. Cats are perfect. No notes. She's just a little nibbler. Just a little nibbling cow. You know what when I see this, I keep thinking of those vehicles from Atlantis. Food names are also very good for cats. I remember there was a prominent one on the internet, and its name was like Eggs Benedict or something to that nature, and I was like, this is good. This is a good cat name. Hey, Nate. Get rid of you and you. Slowly narrowing things down. No. Yeah, it was like Eggs Benedict and I think like French toast or something similar to that nature. And I was like, this is good. I'll see. I should probably be able to test print something like this tonight. Now, panel lines in the seat. I think I want to do something simple. Oh yeah, all my stuff is hosted on PWG, or printedwargames.com. I can post a link into the chat when I get a sec. I will say that the Patreon does give like a flat 50% off everything in that store. But yeah, one sec. Let me get the link for that. Actually, is it on my Twitch? Do I have a link here? No, I guess not. I don't know how people would set up Twitch. I know there are like bots you can use that you can like type like exclamation point stream info, and then at the bottom be like, this stream is about such and such. But I'm not that cool. It would be neat to have something like that set up, but that stuff is beyond me. Okay, cool. I was just about to post it into the chat. You found it. I'll post it anyway, just in case anyone here. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things where if I was like a little bit more serious into the whole Twitch stuff or streaming stuff, that I would probably try to like sort it out a bit. But this is just like a little side thing. One, two, three. Yeah, we'll do three. I have a lot of conflicting thoughts about doing any kind of, so I don't know how subscriptions work on Twitch, and I don't really want to monetize anything off of this. I don't know if that automatically equates to monetizing stuff, the Amazon Prime thing, but it's like YouTube. I don't want to do any monetization off of it. I would have to actually like be more careful about the tracks that I play. I'm trying to think if I could even do... Is affiliate the one before partner on Twitch? Okay, yeah. Affiliate I could do pretty easily, in that I could just be like, Twitch, make me an affiliate, and they'd be like, all right. But I wouldn't be able to do the partner. I think you have to have like 75 concurrent people like all the time during a stream to be able to do partner. And I think at most I'll have like maybe 12 or 15. Yeah. Everything else on partner I meet the qualifications for, technically. But that 75 concurrent viewers is just, I don't know how people do that. Or rather, I don't know how people would do that without it being like their main thing. Yeah, streaming's tricky. See, that's when I start joking about making like a like a VTuber avatar out of like one of the fishmech models or something. And then have it like down in the corner where the logo is or something. Oh, I have no idea how that would actually work out. Just the random idle animation like every 10-20 minutes or so. Seat. See the follow. Well, no, people follow. Do people follow you or is that subs? I don't. I think it's follow. I'm digging this so far. This is pretty good. Yeah, I think sub on Twitch is paid. Followed is just a follow, which is nuts because I have like 800 followers on Twitch, and for like 2 years I did nothing with this channel. Same thing with YouTube and Instagram. Yeah, I'm like I've said it a lot at this point now, but like it with like the fishmech stuff, I never really had a decent solid idea of where things were going. But with the VC stuff, I've got a little bit more of a concept, especially off like the concept art and some of the just generic pieces of art I have in my folder of where I want some of the vehicles to go. And it's definitely a lot more fun, I think, so far. Most of the fishmech vehicles grew on me, but they had to grow on me after I finished them. But this one so far has just kind of been like a lot of stuff I wanted to do in general. Yeah, the fishmech are a good culmination of all the mech, especially near the end when I was starting to kind of get into the more odd designs and whatnot. But the VC have kind of been like my design set from the beginning. There we go. And I am quite liking how stuff is turning out. I don't know what the voice spots are from Total Recall. I don't know what that is. I was gonna say, the biggest influences so far for police spots. I was like, ploys. Chappie fits more in with the Fishmech stuff, and it's a phenomenal movie. But the biggest inspo so far with like the VC stuff have the top two have been Overwatch and Warframe, and then a little bit of I think StarCraft. Was what one of the things was one of the things that Kabuski was pulling from, and then anything I find on Pinterest. Yeah, the Protoss guys. And then a lot of it is also just like from my head. That's gonna be the tricky thing, is coming up with weapon mounts for this thing. I think what I'll do is I'll probably punch a hole like in there and have just like the barrel tip or something coming out for the weapon systems. Yeah, I hate that. I hated that part. It's my own crushed by my own hubris. The let me see, the Werecore. That GIF. They ended up having a ton of different options to them. Just barrels and whatnot alone. Don't get me wrong, I love options and I love being able to give people an incredible amount of ways to build stuff to like exactly how they want it. But it starts getting both time consuming and kind of expensive. But it's all just like, it's all fun. It's all good. At the end of the day, I would rather have all the stuff than not. This is a good kit. This was a good kit. I like having the pre-posed pieces at the infantry scale, but like once I start getting into like the lord scale stuff, it's all gonna be bits. No pre-posed there. With the exception of any arm set that's dual, like two holding, so like anything like anything like that. Like if I have a two-handed cannon on the Lord frame, I'll have pre-posed arms for it. Or like a great sword, I'll probably have pre-posed arms for it, because these are just such a pain in the ass to actually pose physically, and I'd rather just have that option. But like legs, single arms, nah, all separate, just like the koi.
Oh, cock.
Okay, so let's see if we what time? Oh, we're doing 4:41. That's 5 hours. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if I can get this front done. Yeah, I like having a certain amount of the pre-pose stuff, especially at the infantry scale where you can't really do that, but not enough to the point where the whole model is like its own thing, like monopose. Like that's my secret. I don't go outside. I don't go outside. I've never touched grass in my life. And part of that is that I just don't go outside or like do things, but a large part of that is mostly because of like lupus and being stupidly immunocompromised and not really going around public spaces. Resin grass sounds like a silly thing to try and print. Yeah, all my cool stuff is in my house. Why would I want to leave? Sounds fake. Okay, so we're gonna leave a little bit that top one. Good. Oh, I guess supports would be kind of like akin to resin grass, wouldn't they? Oh, it does get really thin right there. That's fine. That's kind of bizarre. But I guess that makes sense. I don't think I would ever scale the free supports down that far. Oh, you know, someone recently really did sick. See if I can find the Reddit post. Someone recently did a very cool crashed triggerfish that was like a jank print. So they used it as terrain, and it looks really good. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, right there. Yeah, there we go. I was like, give me a good aerial view of it. This is... who did this? Our next username. I think. But it's pretty cool. I like when people use like jank prints or failed prints and whatnot to do like cool terrain pieces. Okay. That should still be pretty easy. Let's see. What happens if I just get a view? Nothing does not. Okay. No, I can't just loft it. That would be pretty cool to do, like some amount of recycling with the resin. But I just end up using the supports to clean the vat if I ever have like a failed print. And like, knock on wood, but I have not had one in quite a while. Or rather, I haven't had one that wasn't my own fault. Which still not in a while. One. It's just the easiest way to clean the vat. Mm. Hmm. Oh, not like after removing resin and whatnot, but like if you get a failed print and it gets stuck to the FEP, you can just take a like it's just a support piece that still has like the raft and just sink it into the resin and then do a like a 30-second vat exposure, and it'll make a little sheet on the bottom of the thing, and you use the supports to peel it off the FEP, and that gets rid of any like failed prints that might have gotten stuck to the FEP instead of like you trying to peel them off of the FEP yourself. But I don't think I ever take the resin out of my vats. Just gonna sink you back into here. No worries. I will still be here. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna finish this part. And then I will get it supported and I will test print it and see how the stuff do. And that shouldn't take me too drastically long. I think I had an analysis already, so yeah, I did. Where are you? You're all the way down there. Another one from right here. Excuse me. Magnets. Mm-hmm. Did it not mirror? Okay, good. Okay, good. And that will fit. Right there. Does this still work for this one? Not so much. We can round that into it. Cool. We'll make it work. Or rather, I'll make it work. No worries. Enjoy dinner. And thanks for hanging out. I've still probably got... I said about an hour, so I've probably still got about an hour to go. But yeah, have a good one. I always do. So let's go ahead and turn this into vents, or support struts anyway. We'll do 6, 5. Yeah. That kind of works, although this needs to really be... thoughts. Cool. So let's try an arc like that. Let's see. Welcome back. Nope, that can't work because I'm gonna cut into the wall. Let's see. That's awesome. Okay. The struggle. Can get pretty close though. 10 ahead. I gotta imagine that's gotta be pretty fragile at that scale, isn't it? Although the antennas are always kind of fragile, pretty much at just about any scale, which is annoying. Fair enough. Antennas will always make me a little bit paranoid. Because it's like, of all the things that'll break, that's one of them. Okay, that works pretty much about as well as I want it to. Let's see. Okay. That's the next thing I have to do is I have to figure out transport. Make like a special magnet box for them. It's like, let me split this because it's going to be annoying to do it on one side, middle and two. Maybe one of those annoying ones. Let's see. Oh, with the barnacle. It's actually, or is it this? Where's the fish mech's weakest barnacle? It's like still more powerful than anything else. The weakest barnacle. Got a little Kalapa helper. The Kalapa doesn't have the chalky milk in this scenario. Unfortunately. He's helping his butt out, so it's okay. Fair enough. Oh jeez, this is just gonna do that thing where it was like, I was gonna chamfer it, but then I decided against it. I think I've used tweezers for maybe like one or two kits, so most of them have been pretty okay. But I imagine at like 30%, probably pretty ridiculous. Let me mirror you. Magnets. And that just sockets right onto there. Let me get that up. Neat. Right, now let me cut the other parts from it. I need you. I need you and you. We can take you over here. Haha. Oh, I was gonna say 2mm isn't too bad, but I set 2mm magnets a lot, so a little bit biased. But that is still kind of silly. Okay, neat. That should just work. Neat. I can go ahead and get rid of you. tolerance gaps. This whole thing. You and you and you. Just magnets right on. And the other... The other one will be set up much the same way. But this is the important one. This is the one that I care about right now. Yeah, you know, the other epic printed scale things that I've seen always kind of just like blow me away a little bit by how much detail they actually retain at scale. It's kind of nuts. I'm kind of like, they're right there, so what does... Okay, you know what, let me see. No, not waffles. You. Let's just do generic. The Nulphos, or rather the Arcus, probably isn't the best here just because these are kind of chunky and a little bit big. Let's do like a slight angle. A little bit more. A little bit less. I do think this is going to be scaled up a little bit. And they make like proper slots and stuff for them, but just kind of get an idea. The big problem is I don't really want it to interrupt the overall flow of things, and that's typically what barrels end up doing. But you know what? I don't I don't hate that, actually. I'll just... Oh, you can't read gun on the gun. That's okay. It makes a good... Oh, you know what? It's not even supposed to be mirrored. It makes a good placeholder. Are those right? No, not really. Because they're the same. Well, mirror you. Gun and Nug. Un and Goo. But actually, yeah, no, that doesn't really break up the silhouette, and it's kind of in line. Although, let's see, what does it look? That looks funky. This one's going to be a little bit of a harder sell, but that's okay. I can make it work. Central mount singular is going to be a lot easier on this one than the dual mount, but that's totally fine. I'm not going to worry about it for now either way. I'm just going to get like a blank one set for anyone who wants to build this without weapons. Not that I think anyone would, but like, you know. Excuse me. I don't even need to do that because the car sealed frame has pistol arms. or pistol-ish arms. That's gonna be the tricky part with this one, is what parts do I want to include and what parts do I want to exclude. It kind of runs into the struggle that the melee pack and the reinforcement pack came with, because it's like the idea is to have a lower torso, posed, and have like one or two variants of that, so that you can kind of put this torso down and then put whatever, not torso, lower body down, and then put whatever torso you want onto it, and then have a couple of arms set for like the Vicar Shield, the Luminora, and the Arcus, because I only need one arm per frame that is holding on to the actual handle, and that way you can take one of the pre-posed torso lower bodies, stick whatever torso you want and whatever arm you want, and it'll just kind of work. But it's like, how much of previous kits do I want to include into this one kit? It's kind of tricky without like it's like you don't want to, I don't want to put too much in to the point where like it makes it unnecessary to have previous kits, but enough to have parts to the point where you can assemble some jet bikes and whatnot. It's tricky. It's a tricky balance. I'll probably put more thought into that, like once I actually start getting close to the end of the month. I do like where this has gone. And then it's like, how many kits do I want to cover in this one frame? Because I think there's the, off of just the base, there's the variant with the Luminora, there's the variant with the Vicar Shield. And I think those are the two that I'm going to cover with this. And then it's like the rest can be expansion kits off of it with different fronts and stuff for like the spear guys, and just there's a lot that can be covered with this one particular thing, and I want to try to cover some of the basics first. It's almost an hour. Machines. Pods. Like you. This is, yeah, no, this is probably more or less how I'm going to tool mount them, with just like a handful of different barrel variants that'll just like probably just two by 2mm magnets, so you could just swap guns. With the exception of the one like centrally mounted gun. So probably what will end up happening is this whole front will be magnetizable, and then the actual barrels themselves will be magnetizable. And then I'll cover like a whole gantry of different stuff. I might even do like missiles and whatnot. And just a bunch of alt stuff. I don't know if I would do. Well, let's see. I have a feeling that would probably throw the balance off. And I'm all about balanced aesthetic. But let's see. It flies in reverse. The recoil. This is probably about as close to railgunny as I have currently. Is that sphere not centered? Oh, it is. It's just not. It's just not an actual sphere. I do love big dumb railguns, but I also like maintaining balance. Is that straight? No, it's not. Okay, that's close enough. And then, I mean, I'm going to do different designs from the wear core, so I might be able to make it work a little bit. We essentially met you. The whole thing is just gun. I'll probably scooch it back. I don't know if they would fit well, but it's definitely something I could putter with. The idea of you're like 1 billion pieces, aren't you? What? Excluding this part and having this built a little bit more, maybe like a curve into it. I actually think that would look pretty good. I'll leave this here too. And then you just gotta get rid of these. And let me... Sorta, kinda. I think it's a vibe, I think. We can go ahead. Yeah, let me. It's just saving. Let me see. I like that. I like that too. I think. I think I would scooch that up a skosh so that it's kind of more in line with this curve. Although this isn't even the one that I had for that. Let me see. Probably something like that, give or take. Which I think also looks pretty okay, pretty good silhouette, pretty good flow. Let me yeah, not too bad. It still looks funny without the cowling or anything. don't mind that either. Just need to scooch down. I don't actually know where I had it on. That. Okay. Alright. Like I can't have that tomorrow. I think I'll do that tomorrow. But I can do some fancy renders this bit. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna call stream here. And probably wrap this up not first thing tomorrow, but the first thing I do CAD-wise is finish this front and then maybe do some supporting to get it printed, or rather test printed, so I can just make sure the scaling is right and not too totally drastically different. I think that'll be good. And then I can also test the magnet, make sure this slot still works and whatnot. But I'm gonna call it here, and I'll probably be back at it tomorrow. So yeah, I appreciate everyone sticking around and hanging out. It's always good stuff. But I'm gonna go. Have a lovely rest of your nights.